Ah. Hello. Like that door? Or a cool door. I woke up like this today. It's probably just like a seasonal bug or something. Or it'll get better soon. Where's the grub? What the fuck? Subscribe for the bug! I think I need to tweak the settings a little bit. I don't move around as much as I feel like I should. I also just realized that it's missing something. Haha, oopsie, haha. I spent like 9 hours yesterday getting this ready and I still forgot something. Hey, check out this cool new transition. Whoa. Okay, we're back. It definitely, everything is exactly the same as it just was, and this is how it's been since the beginning of the stream. But yeah, so welcome everybody. I'm terrible at roleplay, so I can't keep up the like in-character, just like nonchalant, not acknowledging of it. But yeah, so we got some stuff happened. I'm this now. It's me. And I'll be this for the month of November and a little bit of December. Then we got something special happening on my birthday this year, December 16th. Oh. Actually, I shouldn't say December 16th. My birthday is December 16th, but I'll probably just do it on the closest Friday, which I think is the 13th? Yeah. Right? Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably do it on the 13th, not the 16th. But yeah, I'm this now. Just, a funny little fella. And, I decided that just to make this a little bit more notable, I would implement a small amount of the new things. So you'll notice on Tribal and Astrofrel's name, the subscriber badges are different. Wonder what that could mean. Whoa. And the new door transitions. If you didn't catch that, there's 3 of them. When you enter the house from the starting soon screen, it knocks on the door because you're just arriving. Like, oh, who's here? Let me let him in. And then when we go BRB, it's the other side of the door because you're inside the house and you're stepping outside. And then when you come back in, your presence is already known here, so you don't need to knock again. You just come back in the house. Yeah. I got a cool door. Wow. And then the overlay has received some subtle changes to foreshadow things to come. Funny literary device. But yeah, so today is a like like a 10% re-debut, I suppose. Maybe maybe I should sneak in some time to play some demanding games on stream, because I'm not using a VTube Studio model right now, and it's way less performance intensive. I could maybe play Hunt at a respectable resolution? Do I want to play Hunt on stream though? Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, we're doing a normal Scribble support today on top of the re-debut. So the special event is the showing off of the new stuff, but also it's Scribble support today. We are drawing another bingo entry. I remembered to open the bingo sheet this time. Is this up to date? Yeah, it is. Hiya. Look at that. We got 3 whole ones left. Oh, that's also a thing. The Doodle Redeems are back. As promised for the month of November. Actually, I think I said for the rest of the year. So yeah, starting now, the month of November, and for the rest of the year, the Doodle Redeems are back for a very cheap price. So get you some free art by accumulating your watch time. Well, it's a result of watch time. Save up your channel points. Get some Doodle Redeems. If you don't have enough to get it, being subbed makes that number go up faster. Haha. But yeah, that's part of the incentive that you guys reached for the charity stream last month. That the Doodle Redeems would come back, and for cheaper. So as a reward for hitting that goal for the charity, you guys get some free art. But yeah, so today we're doing bingo. We only got 3 left. I'm running out of ideas. Ugh. Chrysalis in a hot dog bun, okay. Ah! It's the Blolf. Hello, welcome in everybody. I'm Batbug Doodles. This is Scribble Support, my weekly art show where we do doodles, try and get you guys to doodle along. We just began our, I guess I call it a re-debut. Hi, I'm a Chrysalis now. I'm just a funny little definitely not Nintendo-owned property. I woke up today like this. I guess I ate too much candy. Haha. Big re-debut coming in December. Oh. So you know how it is. Sometimes you just gotta wriggle out of your skin and be a little guy for a little bit, that you can grow into something bigger. And this is the other thing that I'm showing off today. I decided to implement some assets for the re-debut, but get out of my house. Wow, look at that door. That's a cool door. We're definitely gonna be looking at that door probably a lot today. Anyway, what were you doing today, Blair? How did your stream go? Silent Hill 2, yeah. Was it spooky? Was it fun? I was never into the Silent Hill games. As just demonstrated, I chose the Resident Evil path in that era of spookery. I didn't like it very much. Resident Evil 1 was kind of rough. But I like the funny low fidelity loading screen transition door. Decided to take it for myself. But yeah, as I was saying, we're doing the bingo today. We only got 3 left. We're working on Bron. That reminds me, I need to figure out how to spell their channel names so that I can pin who they are. One moment. I failed to prepare this. That's how you spell it? There is. You've done 3 of your bingos? Hell yeah. Character of. Bop. Bop. In that shit. They are also a streamer. My stream deck just crashed. I really like their form. I've drawn them before. I hit them for Art Fight last year, so like a year and a half ago. But since then, they have redesigned, and I really like their new design, and I wanted to draw it again. So we're drawing Bron again. I just realized that they have a little nick in their eyebrow. I think that's just supposed to be like hair, like it's bushy. Reflect that. Please restart Stream Deck. There we go. Oh, and they have pointy nails too. How did I miss these details? Because I spent all my brain juice yesterday on this. That's why. Anywho, here we are. We are going to strongly feature some sneakers, which I definitely won't hate myself for choosing to do. But I like this smug, sassy expression we got going so far. Their face is looking a little flat. I'm still not great at depicting depth in the face, especially at weird angles like this. And I keep on doing it to myself. I am but a silly bug who likes dynamic camera angles. Cannot stop myself. Oh, right, I got distracted. Write down that doodle redeem. Fuck. And you know what? I'm gonna write down something else too. I want to change how this PNG moves around. I don't know exactly what I can do. I don't want it to move around too terribly much. But a little bit more noticeably than what it's currently doing. Okay. Let me get this so that I can see Bron's reference on my other monitor. Monitor. Here we go. They have some very specifically shaped horns that I may open Blender. But I don't have to think about how to do the horns in perspective. let's call this that. Let's get to work. Merge those. Well, why don't we merge them by, like, here? The ears, eyebrows, lips. Can all be merged. Hello, in scribbling. I am very resilient. I will take the daily donks without even being pushed off screen. Definitely because I am very strong and powerful, and not because Theodotube doesn't have a hook for tits to react. I used Harden! Bleh. Yeah, I don't have any, the redeems still work, but, I don't have any, reacting components to them. I simply did not have enough time to conceive one. Yeah, all I can do is harden. I just think real hard and art comes out. What are we doing here? Ah! I dropped something. I can't move. Anyway. I feel that their eyes are too small. I also feel they look a lot more like Marie from Splatoon than I intended. That's fine. Oh, why is it doing what it's doing? I didn't hide that. Why is the makeup not... I must have painted that on the wrong layer, because I definitely merged the layer to the eyes. There we go. Yeah, the only move I know is Harden, but my stats are really low, so it didn't work. I really wish there was a setting to make free transformation relative to the screen space. That would make me so happy. Because right now it's only ever relative to the canvas, which means, you know, like this thing, I would absolutely love to transform it like this, right? But I just want the eye to be wider. So I want to be able to grab it at the edge and you know, widen it. But because it's not relative to screen space, it's relative to the canvas. When I transform it, I get a square that looks like this. So it's like 45 degrees off of where would be really useful. Hip Studio, are you listening? It's me, your best Flip Studio tip content creator, Beebus Jeebus. I meta. I ate too much candy. Maybe I'm having an allergic reaction to peanut M&Ms. Ugh. I am drawing Bron, yes. Can I have a controversial opinion? Is this a controversial opinion? Who likes M&Ms? Like, is M&Ms anyone's like favorite candy? Because I feel like M&Ms are possibly the biggest, like, marketing to middling candy ratio in America, at least. Like, they exist, but they're one of the most, like, promoted candies. But they're just, like, not anything. And they're in like every single like Halloween variety pack. Yeah, new sub badges. What could it mean? Yeah, it's a bit better. I like eating peanut M&Ms like cherries. And how do you eat cherries? Eating around the pit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's a specific alternate M&M that I've only seen like one time. Those were tasty, but like the common M&M is not very good. Kind of like garbage chocolate. Doesn't taste like much. Peanut M&Ms are slightly better because you got a peanut in there at least. But I once had I think it was like coffee caramel or something like that. It definitely had caramel in it, and it had like a strange extra flavor to it that I think was supposed to be coffee. Those were quite tasty. But I think I've only ever seen them like once, so I think there were probably some seasonal item or whatever, because for some reason that's what you have to do as a sweets manufacturer. You have to only release some of your products sometimes. Like the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper. Certain flavors of Mountain Dew. Yeah, I wonder if other regions of the world have better M&Ms because they have, like, food regulation. I pity you Australians. M&Ms don't taste right without that red 40. Yeah, that looks better. A bit less flat. The mouth is a little bit odd, too. Maybe it should be wider. These piercings. I'm not sure what these are. I don't know a pierce. I'm assuming it's just like just a little stud in the cheek. So I guess maybe that should be a little bit more in line with the curve of the mouth, like up here. One should be a little closer because of perspective. Yeah, see, when I hit transform and the box comes out like fucking this. It'd be so cool if it was just aligned with my current screen orientation. There we go. It's a bit better. All right. Yeah, and I have a better picture here of they got in their ears. Oh, they have gauges that I did not see before. Alright, got some things to fix up here. These are different. Those are like right above the nostril. So they should be like there, pointing upward. And I guess we would see the other one like here. Gonna go right in their eye. And then these ones are smaller on the nose. And I guess maybe I could imply this curve with piercing, or just... Yeah. Okay, they also have gauges. And this, I thought, was 2 bar piercings. It is, in fact, not that. It is a big safety pin. Hello, Scath. There's a big old fruit gusher. And then these are little spikes, I guess. One-sided spikes, not rings. Got like a spike right there. Spike right there. Little spike right there. This one... somewhere. Where are ya? This one doesn't have the end ones. It's just got a spike. Oh, let's just read it. Little spike there, which fastens to a small chain. That chain has a little skull on it. And this side has the rings too. There we go. Right. Staring at that reference. I think the next big feature is their horns. I don't think I have horns of that shape. Go make some real quick. I do not. Okay, let's make some horns. Just because I cannot be bothered to figure out how they work in this perspective. Yeah. Do a very simple pair of horns. Mock up a very rough head shape. That do be a head. Now we want... what, a cylinder, I guess? Oops. I want them a little more complicated than 8 vertices. To 12. Okay. Start over here somewhere. We want a mirror. All right. So, relative to their head, it's like right above their eyes. Like here about. How does that look asymmetrical? Start with point. Hey, Rain Dog. Come down to just over the forehead. Try and work this out here. Going about this quite poorly. Yes, I am. How can I make this not suck? I have an idea that I don't fully recall how to do, but I'm sure I won't hate myself for trying to learn midstream. We want a Bezier curve. Can you mirror curves in Blender? Asking for a friend. No, I don't want to do that. I want to mirror the mesh that goes on the curve. So, of their eye. Somewhere out there. Down, curve in, and then curve in again. Yeah, so the curve is actually kind of already right. We just need to influence. That. And from the front, we want these to be vertically aligned. Why is it not? There we go. right above the eyes, and then this is to come around the head, tuck in behind the ear. Well, that didn't take much. I think that's about the shape of the horns that I want there. That just needs to be behind the ear. And going into the head. Yeah. Smooth that out. Okay. Now we have this curve, so now I need a mesh that goes on the curve. So that's where we take our cylinder. And we need there. The length of horn. Need a bunch of subdivisions. To taper it. About that. And now I need to remember how to make that mesh follow that curve. I think it is a curve modifier here. And that's the object. Now I need to figure out what the deform axis is supposed to be. This is being very weird. Would it be Y? Almost. Getting closer. Is it because this thing's... it's because the curve... I moved the curve's origin. How do I fix that in here? Origin. Oops, I did something. Origin to cursor. There it is. Hey, look at that. Now I just have to get it to... It's being real weird. Come on, connect to the curve. Why aren't you connecting to the curve? Why are you being weird? Why is it doing what it's doing? It's moving, like, in a completely unrelated way to how I'm... Fuck. Should this be out? Why does it move like that? Maybe a different... No. God damn it. It's working, kind of. Don't know why it's only kind of working. Is it because the curve is too simple? Can I subdivide a curve? Did something. That's not what I wanted it. It's so bizarre that it's curving so strangely. Isn't there supposed to be an offset? Because it's literally offset. Bye. It's not traveling down the whole length of the curve either for some reason. It's like weirdly forward. Should it be up? Okay, alright, okay. So that's the origin. Okay, alright, I understand now why it was offset. It's weird, but I understand. There we go. Horn. Alright, so now... Can I move this? Uh-huh. Yeah, look at that. Alright, we're getting there. Hey Sky, that's me. Just a funny fella. Straighten this. Why is this end being so strange? I want this to curve inward. But it's like not listening to me. Getting closer. Alright, figuring it out. Using a weird technique that I don't normally do. Ah, heck. 33 months, Jesus Christ. Welcome back. I am evolving. Someone didn't mash B hard enough on their Game Boy. That's a reference for old people. I guess you still do that in Pokemon. Ah! Button is up. There we go. There we go, there we go. Alright, cool. It's going around the ear canal into the back of the skull. I think it should be a little bit further that way, like right about there. Yeah. Now we're clipping the skull here, so we out and a little further out. Like that. Yeah. Cool. All right. I like that shape. I like that path. But I don't like... This needs to get steadily wider constantly. Whereas right now it's kind of stopping getting wide right here. So... bulk it out toward the end. How can I do that? What if I scale just this part up and then I select... Oopsie. Can I tell this to smooth off? Oh, what's that doing? Space. What's this doing? I don't know what it's doing. I want that to be like a perfect taper. It's very difficult to do because I already scaled up the other side. What if I lock the y-axis? Aha! Ha 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 ha. There we go. How's that look? That's better! Yay, horns! Wait. Alright, so now... Can I mirror that after the curve modifier? I am a pro modeler. Why can't I select the face? Oh. There we go. Shading. Shade. Smooth faces. There we go. Wow, look at those hordes. Wowie. Okay. I'm having internal thoughts. I should have external thoughts. I am a streamer. I want to incorporate their jewelry into the horns, because that will make it much easier for me to figure out where they go in the drawing. So it looks like the primary elements of jewelry on their horns are actually symmetrical. No, they're slightly not. So how does Blender handle if I add cylinder? Yeah. I'm based after my favorite Pokemon, Chandelure. Yeah, Doodle Redeems are on until the end of the year, and they're cheap. That was the incentive for the charities. How does Blender handle if I place multiple objects within the same mesh? No, other way around. Multiple meshes within the same object. Ah! Billy, hell of a bus. Where's my... Millie. Hell of a... I'll remember what that means. Took my stylus out of habit. Alright, and then we... Yeah, another ring. Bigger, thinner ring. And if I apply curve modifier to this as well. Okay, that kind of... Ah! I have no idea if this will work. I need to do some testing, but I had a funny little idea that potentially when you kill me in 2.0 that I come back as the grub for a little while. I don't know if I could make that like transition in a satisfying way. I think it would be funny. So the weird thing is I can't see in real time how much I'm modifying the position of these objects. But it is working as I hoped. It's just inconvenient. There we go. I just have to keep on switching back and forth. we go. Not too painful. Jewelry is ever so slightly asymmetrical. So. Also, horns are slightly not. Centered. Is centered. This one's centered. How is that happening? What? It is centered. Why is its mirror not? Ooh. Why do that? How come? What if we just don't? What if we just build one horn? Okay. We are going to copy that. Merge it. So this is left. Let's do horn dot left. Don't need that copy of the curve. Building. Okay, there we go. Why do I have a sphere? Oh, right, that's the head. Okay, let's save this before I do something. So what I want to do, I need a copy of the jewelry. I need to apply that modifier and then merge it to the horn. There we go. So now I have a complete left horn. Hide that. Okay. And now I can do the slightly, whoops, the slightly different other side, which is just this, except this part is further down. Oh, it's like past the curve. It's like down here. That'll do. Okay, that again. Oops, not in there though. That. And now we mirror that by that. And we just murder this side. There we go. Look at that. We have the 2 points that are symmetrical, and then the 2 bands that are not symmetrical. And now I find myself wanting to modify the shape of the horns after it is easy to do. Fuck my life. That's why I made backups. I did not back up at the appropriate time here. I need to replace this piece of jewelry. But I backed up now. Be really nice if there was an easy. Maybe there is, and I simply do not know. One. This one. By side on mode. Okay, so that is the right horn jewelry, yes. The left horn jewelry, yes. Now all of those are off of the same curve. So now Now... I can't... It's just gonna be duplicate. That's fine. That's fine. I will fix it afterward. But it's offset. Why in the hell is it offset? One of these objects must be wrong. Okay, 3D cursor to world origin. Set origin 3D cursor. Okay, it wasn't that one. Is it the curve? I should be able to see. Yeah, so which one of you has a position transform? You do. Even though I just checked and told you origin to 3D cursor. There we go. Why didn't it fix when I did that a second ago? All right, let's get a material on here to look at. Their horns are multicolor. I don't think I will bother that hard to model that in, so let's just go with like somewhere neutral, like soft-ish. I applied that to the wrong thing. Fine. Yep. That makes it a little doing. Okay, now finally, that was all in service to get all these things positioned on the actual curve. Let's give that a save so that I can modify the curve a little bit, because these points are not close enough together and they're aiming a little too far out. There we go. Get them a little bit more square. Good. touching the skull now. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's good. The jewelry is slightly not riding right. Why would that be? Don't know. Everything has a 0 origin now. Solo art today? Yeah. Unless any of my friends decide to join. That is just about perfect, I think. Yeah. All right. I think that is where I want them. I would love it if the tips were just a little more... Yeah. Getting real. I want this to be more of a square bend. I think there's a way to make that happen, but I don't know how to change the... like, curve type of each vertices. Spline type. Okay, how do I get another curve node between these two without fucking up where they are? Thing that I can do? Oh, no. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I had fixed guests on ScribbleSupport. It was simply taking up way too much of all of our time to try and stock the room every week. So now it's just I have a bunch of people that have access to this room. So they've been invited to ScribbleSupport, but rather than, you know, stating you're gonna be here on this day with these other people and this is the prompt that we're doing, they're free to just kind of come and go as they please. So sometimes I have guests and sometimes I don't. But I don't spend multiple days a week trying to Trying to schedule them. Can I like fuck. I want to insert another vertice between these two. Okay, that kind of did what I wanted, I think. Maybe. Yes, it did. Okay. Now you are between those 2 points. Now I want to change your spline type to not Bezier, but I don't know what the other 2 mean. Ugh. It changes the whole line. Look at that. That's not at all what I wanted. I wanted to do it to 1. Oops. No. Okay, these are bad. Go away. Okay. I'd have to reshape the whole damn thing to make it do what I'm trying to do. I just wanted it to be more square. Fuck. What? What the fuck? Why is this not influencing the movement at all now? Oh. Vexes me so. Why is this? Why is it like folding in? What the fuck? What happened? Why are you? Why you twisting? Why you flipping? Why you zooping and zapping? The fuck's happening? Why is it doing that? Why are you like bound? Ah. Cause I got an extra one somehow. There we go. Okay, alright. I don't know how that happened. Hey, Bieri. Alright, okay, we're back. We're back with an extra vertice so that it can be square. That's all I wanted. There we go. Now I need to fix all this. Pupa. I was in a larva state before. Now I am a pupa. Gotta fix everything that I just fucked up by somehow accidentally having an extra vertex. What's up, Scav? Yeah, I saw you guys playing that yesterday. I don't even really know what I would ask to determine my attraction to that game. Maybe I should download the demo also. It got a really ugly kink in it right there. A cheeky full subdivision. You can change your sclera. That's interesting. Have they given us cosmetic slots for armor yet? I mean, like, per slot? I think that was my biggest surprise with Monster Hunter World. Like, however many years the series had been going until then, and it being, like, about getting armor. That they didn't have a system where you just have, like, 2 armor slots, you know? Where, like, one is the stats and one is the appearance. All they had was entire glams. Like, you could purchase DLC with real money to put an entire outfit over your character. I want glam, like Final Fantasy style. I want these boots and this chest and those gloves, and they look good together. Armor is super customizable. Rise let you do that? Okay. I didn't play Rise. Last one I played, the only one I've played is World. I've been kind of waiting to see if Wilds is something that I care about. Yeah, I remember seeing the layered armor, but the only ones that I ever saw, but the last time I played it was before the DLC, so maybe they changed it, but all of the layered armors that were available last time I played the game were sets. So you couldn't say, I want the Kirin boots and the Rathalos chest piece. It was just, here's the samurai layered armor set. It's an entire outfit that goes over everything that you're wearing. I don't want that. I want individual pieces. I want to just take an armor that I crafted and glam it over another piece of armor. You can choose both male or female. Oh right, yeah, you can choose the style of armor. I remember hearing about that. They opened up the customability over time. That's good, cool, because I want that. I'm shocked that it took them this long to make that a feature of the game. All right. We are very close to the shape that I am after here. Jewelry still works. Yes, it does. Give those a, what is happening here? Yeah. Give those a smooth shade. There we go. I think that's some Bron horns. I think they are suitably square. I would like them a little bit more, but I'm getting too picky, I think. Straighter. There we go. That's the crease I needed. There. Yeah. Almost there. It's just this bend. This bend is not cooperating. That's better. There we go. There we go. All right, cool. Just needed to move them around a little bit. I think that is probably as close as I'm going to get to what I want. I don't know how long it just took me to do that. It probably took me longer than was worth it, but that's what we do here. Okay. Oh. It's a little bit fucky up here now. Yeah, I'm glad they're finally doing it. Just as a Monster Hunter outsider, I always viewed that game like the entire purpose of the game is to kill monsters and dress up in their clothing, in their skin. It's like 50% dress up simulator to me. I'm surprised that they didn't have a glam system earlier, but they have it now, so that's good. Yeah, go sleep. I think I'm about done with the 3D modeling. I'm just gonna export what I need to export here. That's breaking my brain. Let's... I don't know what Get out. There we go. Save. I'm saving. Okay, we have all of these guys. We need copies of them. Orp. Water. Okay, so what we need then is for me to be further anal. There we go. Okay. Horn. Horn. We apply that. We apply that. We apply that. Export. Horn. Oh, and actually I need these separated because of what I want to do in Clip Studio Modeler. Okay, so this is X, let's just say EX, horn right, EX, horn L. Okay. Jewelry on the left horn. Curve modifier applied and then to be merged to the left horn. Okay. The jewelry on the right horn have its modifiers applied, and then the why the fuck there. Edit mode. Okay, there we go. Delete the duplicate. There we go. That gets merged to the right horn. So now I should have two different horns that are singular objects. Yes. That is what I want. Yes. And each of those objects' origins is in the center. Yes. Okay. There we go. Now I have my horns. They are solid objects, but they are separate from one another. Because I want to make it so inside Clip Studio Modeler, I can move them a little bit closer together and keyframe that, and then move them further apart and keyframe that, so that in Clip Studio, these horns can have a slider that move them outward from each other. So you can fit the skull size that you were attempting to attach them to. That's the goal. And let me look in Clip Studio now, actually. When I am dealing with a 3D model... Ah, fuck. My canvas flipped, why is it dying? Okay. I need a test. I need a small test. Give me an object. A cube. That is a bad test because the... Why are there origins? God damn it, man. I need a simple object that has its origin in the goddamn center of it. Not this thing. Is that in the middle? It is in the middle. All right, cool. Going back, we're going back, we're going back. Duplicate this. Give me their body. Give me a neutral pose. Give me that inner tube. Now attach that to their head. All right, that's what I wanted to see. So now I can see where Clip Studio considers the origin of the head. So it's further up than I made it in Blender. It's like right on the back of the jawbone. Okay. So in order to make these optimally easy to utilize, they need to be... The origin needs to be like here. So how can I get the origin without fucking things up? Y is 0.3. And X is 0.65. 0.65, 0.3. If I... 0.65... Oh wait, no, I don't need X. I need Y and Z of this. It's 0.3 and 0.4. 0.3, 0.4. That's not going to do what I want it to do. 0, 0.3, 0.4. Cursor there. U. Origin to 3D cursor and E. Origin to 3D cursor. There we go. That, okay. I just needed to brain that out a little bit. Now these should fit onto our Clip Studio model better, hopefully. Okay, so let's try it. Export FBX. We just want the mesh of the selected objects. We want a much smaller scale with a Y forward. All right, go in here, and we do this. We get blinded by forced light mode. There's our horns. Oh, they're very small. They're quite small. Four. That looks better. Alrighty. So now, how do I do this again? I need a node? No. Layout, I think. No, that movability. Yes, movability. Can I enter? Oh, I can. Less. All right. So I want... Why is it... Why is it moving both? Why is it letting me click? The hell is this? There we go. Okay. God, this is painful. Why did it... I need to be able to see what I am doing. Move the camera. There we go. Good lord. Okay. Let's start with them slightly closer together. You... bitch. That's the side. Oh, I hate this program. Really terrible. Okay. Is there no display for the coordinates of each part? All I have over here is a size that is not useful. If I change the movability, it moves the whole fucking thing instead of just the part for some reason, even though I'm on the function called move part. And when I'm not tabbed into the movability, it lets me... I thought this was going to be easy. What a fool I was. But I don't want to just freehand this movement. I want it to be precise. So, okay, can I get this back into the center? It's not letting me select multiple objects. That is so annoying. Ba-ba-bum. Oh, okay, okay, I can use that to move the camera. That's a bit easier than fucking trying to change tool. Okay. So very annoying. Horn L. I guess I can just change it here. No. Why does it move the whole fucking thing? Why does it give me the option to pick the individual parts if it's just gonna move the whole thing? Oh, Lord. I'm gonna morb. I sleep. Alright, so that... I did some... Okay, alright, okay. It's stupid, but I got it to work, so... 0. What does 1 get me? Okay. So, give me, like... 5? Yeah, okay. Now... Horn L... Also 5. No, -5. Good Christ. Okay. Keyframe. Now I want the opposite end of this to be... What, like 10? Whoops. Why is it? Why have you done? My God, okay. What? What? Why are they... What does this do? Oh my god, I hate it so much. Oh, Lord. Lord in heaven, help me. Please. Why is this so stupid? I'm trying to do something so simple. That's okay. This is where we're starting. I want this horn be a little closer. I want this horn be a little closer. I want the entire thing, use that as a keyframe. Okay. I want this horn to be there. I want this horn to be there. I want this thing keyframe that. Not move. Okay. Okay. Horn L, -5. Horn R, 5. Root node, keyframe. Why can't I fucking keyframe the locations of the horns? I want them to be able to move further apart and closer together. That's all I want. I want them to keyframe an X-axis movement. I click keyframe now. Okay, see, that one's doing what I want it to do. I just want both of them to do that. I want both of them to do that. Okay, okay, that one's doing it when I select the root node. Lord in heaven. And now nothing happens. I am filled with hate. I don't understand. I think we're just gonna not do this. I wanted to make this a usable part that I could like put on the asset store. I wanted it to be flexible for multiple use cases, but this simple fucking thing that I want to do is evidently impossible. Why do I have a move part tool that lets me select different parts when I can't? Well, now I can. Why? I'm gonna fucking... What changed? I was just trying to do that, and now it suddenly works. But it doesn't matter because I have no coordinates here, so I can't make the movement precise. And it still doesn't keyframe. Motherfucker. Can I, like, move on a grid? No, holding down shift or control while I move doesn't increment it. I can't scroll wheel. Can I make the background grid more dense? Oh, Lord. This tool blows. Am I missing a window that would show me? Why does it give me a size parameter but no coordinate? I need more than one of these? Okay, that's horn L. This is horn R. And maybe that's what I need? So I can't tie their movement together? They need to be separate? Horn R, 5, 5. First keyframe, yes. Okay, so next keyframe. Now this one works, but this one just decided to not. Okay. Okay. They move separately. I want that to be one action. I want that to be one bar where both of them move in when I scroll left and both of them scroll out when I move right. Hello, Estroma. I am suffering. Welcome in. How did your gator date go? I hope one day Selmers gets her train. I do too. Who's Selmers? How did your stream go? Welcome in, everyone. I'm Batbug Doodles. This is ScribbleSupport, my weekly art show where I do doodles, try and get you guys to doodle along. Currently, we are fighting the absolutely terrible 3D modeling program that is built into Clip Studio, because I wanted to do a simple little funny thing. Let's show something actually visible. There's a test that I was doing. Today, we are drawing Bron, a funky imp demon creature thing. This one. Look at them go. And I thought it would be a fun little project to model their horns in Blender. Look at that. Look at those horns. Wowie. But I have used 3D horns in Clip Studio before, and it is a noted stress of using horns like this, that when you try to connect them to the skull, you don't know how wide that head is, right? So I've had trouble connecting horns to creatures in the past, where like I want it to be wider set, right? And I don't want to scale up the whole thing to get a wider set. I just need them to be further apart, right? So when I made these horns, I made them separate with the intent that you see in Clip Studio, when you're making a 3D object, you can give it like a movability toggle and set keyframes. I just did this recently on something. What did I do it on? What did I do it on? The bow. I did it on the bow. See, if I made this Splatoon bow in Blender, and you grab it by the back, right? It's got a plunger on it. So I thought, hey, what would be cool to make this easily positionable for people that might want to use this? I made this little toggle so you can change the extension of the plunger. You just have this little bar that you can pull it out to where you need it to be so that it fits your character's hand, right? Useful feature. I am trying to do this with the horns to keyframe their distance from one another. And that has been fighting me for the past like 20 minutes. I just want position one here, position one there, set a keyframe, and then position them close and set another keyframe. And for some reason, that is an imperceivable task for this 3D application. I've managed to get them separate. So see, I can move this one out and move this one out. And that's where I want them to be. But I want that to be one bar. I just want to scroll the bar out and have both of them move away from each other. And I I cannot seem to accomplish this enormous feat. I will stretch. Stretch my dang old goo. Also, hi, I'm a Chrysalis now. I ate too much candy yesterday, I guess, and I just I woke up like this. Can I make a third one for the root node? I keyframe that, and then move each of these together. And then keyframe that. No, that did nothing. Ate too much candy and became a sleeping bag. Yeah. Happens. Oh, but let me, Astroma and other raiders, I implemented some other new things today. Exciting, exciting. Let me show it to you. I need to go back to the starting screen. It's a new, intro, like, transition thing. Wow. Wowee, welcome in. Welcome to the treehouse, everybody. All right, back to suffering. Yeah, and you notice that's from the starting screen. So that's you arriving at the treehouse. So you knocked on the door and I let you in, right? But now since you're here, if we want to step outside for a second, we can see the inside of the door. And then when we come back in, you don't need to knock because you're here already. Your presence is known. You just stepped outside for a second. Yay, door functionality. I invented a whole ass door. Yeah. Oh boy. All right, so I'm pretty sure. All right, let's just try and do this the way that I don't want to do it, just to see if it works. No, that did nothing. Okay, all right. Very cool, very cool. That is so very frustrating. I guess that's just what it has to be. That's just what it is. Can I group these? Okay. No. Alright, I give up. I'm just gonna have to move 2 bars when I should only need to move 1. That's just what it is. Register material. Bron horns. Get me out of this hellscape. I can save and splendor. All right, we're back here. Now, if I save that material, oh, Bron sit. Throw that in there. We go here. I go A pose. We bring them back to a neutral standing position. We save that camera. Now I can attach their horns. Oh, they're large. Also, this character has a rotation. Don't like. Horns go in there, they go on the head. Let's see if I hit the origin right. Almost. Needs to be higher up, but at this point, I cannot be fucked. That's where I want it to be. Alright, yeah, see? Like, wouldn't it be cool if I only had one bar in here and this made both horns move in and out? Huh? Wouldn't that be neat? Oh well. There we go. Now you get back into your sit posture. We go back to our camera. And now I need your rotation back. Negative 25.3. All different. Oh. Why is that not at all correct? Oh, I want to die. This is really fighting me today. So I suppose we're just going to duplicate this entire layer. And manually fix it afterward. I guess that's what we have to do. Because if I try to connect these horns to this body right now, it's not gonna connect to the head on its relative axis. The head needs to be on a flat axis when I connect the horns for them to be properly aligned, and then I can pose them. For reasons. Now, put them back in their sit position. Now we have to get them back. This is so ridiculous. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna try one more time, just for the sake of my own sanity. Normally, I tout the 3D models in Clip Studio as such a useful tool. But, holy lord, today... it's being a bitch. Okay, that kind of worked. Camera's in the wrong spot now for some reason, but close enough, you know? Let's get this back to where it was so I don't have to redraw the whole damn head and everything. That's probably close enough. Yeah, look at that. They got like 1% bigger. I don't care. Okay, there we go. We have horns now. Wowie zowie. Wasn't worth it, chat. Wasn't worth it. I spent like 2 hours doing that. All right. Let's get everything where it should be. Okay. I can't see my reference anymore. Let's get you off screen. Over here so I can see you. Okay. Resuming. Hellscape. Let's figure out where your hair is, shall we? You have these big old bangs, horizontal bangs. Okay, let's start from the beginning here. Your hairline. Have a round hairline. We actually wouldn't see it from this angle. Maybe a little bit. Here. That's gonna come down. Here's that way. Okay. Now from there, I have this structure out from about here. Almost there. We're a little fucky portion-wise. This should be more in there. Or this way. I have been completely and utterly spoiled by this liquefy tool by this point. Tangent with their piercing. I just want their eye to be less covered. Good. Can't see what's going on back there because of the horn, but I can try and extrapolate. To that effect. My horns are clipping the head a little bit. We're gonna ignore that. Okay. Under that, you have Little braids. About the length of your head, so maybe about like here. You know what, actually, I think we can make this a little more clear to work on if we just do this now. There we go. There we go. I'm happy with that. It's quite a bit of forehead. But they do have a kind of open spot on their face there, so that makes sense. Very rough braids. Me. Have that cover the whole hairline area there. There's something going on right there. I'm not entirely sure how the hair works. Something's happening right there. A bit weird. We're gonna ignore it. My 3D model head. Have like a middle chunk of hair there. They have a little side like swirl on the back of their head, you know, like where your hair originates from. So they got the little ahoge going right there. Hair is very wide. Put your hands behind your head. The hair is gonna come in front, so make that one go behind the arm. And the others are gonna be bunched up in here. That. As hoped, we can hide the hands completely behind the head. Don't need to worry about what the heck's going on back there. Yeah, it's good. Need a little more volume. Take this back here. Yeah. Well, that in it. That looks like Bron, I feel. Their eyes are still... Oh, this one. That's better. Okay, just denote this here, might as well. There's another little skull guy right here. Far too small a detail. It's just same guy, we can cheat. Sketch anyway. Skull down there on the ear. To widen their mouth a little bit, like open their mouth, part their lips more. Looks a little strange to have the tooth overhanging the lip like that, I think. In fact, maybe just all of this. Easier to visualize with the shadows, yeah. Piercings. Down a bit. Mouth get further that way. A bit wider here. Yeah, that's better. Ah. Hey, Mara. Ah. That's working for me. Ah! Working for me so far. Any other critical body details that I need before we move on to clothing? Yes, they have a tail. Figured that out. The tail's gonna go out of frame. We're just gonna submit to that right now. The tail's gonna go out of frame. We're breaking our fit the whole figure in frame rule today because their tail is very long and I don't want to zoom them out so far. Get a more pleasant taper on that. Tail has a tuft. I don't want the tuft to cover where the sneakers are going to be. Aim it outward. Now, I might just be biased, but personally, Castle Tail, there is no better design of a tail than to have a tassel tail. Tassel tail is peak. Easier. Let's just do that up here. Got an origin point. Trying not to make it too symmetrical. Yeah. Got an overall shape somewhere in that neighborhood. In just a little bit. I am so spoiled by this tool. Oof. Actually, both just in general and because of the perspective, that should be much bigger. You know, let's just make their tassel the whole, like, frame there. This can come down to accommodate. Got a bit of hair on the base of their tail. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, very good. I think that takes care of their body. Now we gotta figure out the clothes. I think chief of going to be the shoes. Let's start, I guess, from one side here. This is perspective guide. Worry about the fingerless gloves. They don't have stockings or anything on. Their pants. I suppose, actually, before I start doing that, I should sketch the rest of their body. I don't want to use the 3D model so strictly. That in. I need... We're gonna put this on the screen. I'm gonna be taking occasional bites of food, so I'm not gonna be talking as much for a bit because I need to eat my dinner before it becomes cold and... Grim. Yeah. All right. Pretty satisfied with the upper body mostly. The breasts are the wrong size, but that's because I can't change that. It's a little ironic, huh? That we have a butt slider, but not a boob slider. Breaking the long-standing tradition of Japanese digital media having silly tits. When boob sliders, yes. I didn't quite prepare for the armpit shot. It's obvious in retrospect. We're just gonna give them a flat chest for the minute so I can figure out where the chest is. Have a fairly wide width. And then... Yep. Really chunky calves. Taper down into the flared out box. Throw ass in the gym, but not booba. Yeah, it's because they're not muscle. About right. Notable shoulders too. Sure. What are we looking at? That should be way further up. Crease should be like down here. And then we're gonna upper arm, whoa, upper arm bone here. Just down there. And we have that bone right there. These 3D models help with poses, but you still gotta know anatomy because the 3D model's anatomy is terrible. They don't bend right. Ladder. Right there. structures here. Have the center bone from the upper arm there. This bone. Oh. Let's get beats from here so we don't have to work so hard. Gonna fuck up if I do that, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. There we go. Now what? Front. Sorry, I keep coughing into the mic. Okay. I don't know why I didn't do that on a different layer. That would have made this cleanup much easier. I am but a bunny metapod. arm meets the torso, like right there. Shoulders. That looks fucked now. Really? Soiled it. Food. I need more reference. Are there any other pictures of their shoes that would most helpful? Oh, that's what's fucked up. That's why it doesn't look. That comes from the shoulder. There. Arm comes down there, then the shoulder. Side armpits suck so much. looks pretty good. Need to figure out what's going on with the chest. Bam. Mark out where the feet are. Yeah. I ate too much candy, now I'm this. Ooh, that's a rough angle there that I did not appreciate before. How do legs bend? Especially legs of... I need reference for a leg of notable thickness. Bending. Get some joint tutorials. Start with some light. Cap would be like kneecap is out here. This is gonna bulge way out. That's a lot. Squishing into itself. That. Yeah, that looks about right. Ah. Ugh. Yes, I will never go backwards. Including for what this hatches into. I never want redeems to go away. At the very least, they'll be replaced with something else. I don't want to reduce functionality ever. I can still do all the things. Wah. Need here. This line is not part of the body, the guideline. Center. Chest. A little more booty. Be a little flatter too, because sitting. I wish my allergies would do a big die. Yeah, I'll show him. Alrighty. What do those chesticles do? A lot of reference. They're not too large, but they have a notable shape. This anatomy's terrible, so where would it actually be? Or like... Oops. Or over here. All right. See if ask all that. That look right? Yeah, that looks about right. There we go. That's it. Boy. Ugh. That should be just a bit less pronounced. Are we even gonna see this spot? Maybe. They have like a kind of crop top. That looks pretty good. Now we have a body with more correct anatomy. I don't profess to be an expert, so probably not quite correct anatomy, but closer. They definitely have an exposed midriff, so you need to figure out how the belly bends here. So we're looking slightly upward, and they are slightly bent backward, so would we have like this kind of situation going on for their belly button? They have a belly button. That looks about right. Something to that effect. All right. Way back up here. Close. Unnamed layer. Killed. Alright, so in this position here, their left hip is lower than... Guess it would... About here. They have their legs raised, so that would be pushing up their belt, right? So their belt is very loose. So I guess belt like here. bit of flare on the pants. Shorts that cut off above the knee. Okay. Whole area needs down. That looks okay. is a belt. Leg. Better, but okay, so the leg would be falling down a little because that's how gravity works. We should have like a bunch up, like right down the leg. This way. Have the top of the pants. There we go. Oh boy. Top of the pants still not quite looking right. That leg is looking good now though. Better. I think the pants are a little too short. They're to the knee here. Good. Have help. And better. That helped a lot. Help. There we go. Now it looks like shorts. I like it. On the other side over here. I don't know how to communicate that they're baggy. How it would be bent. I guess it's pinching, the legs are pinching the cloth here. So would the bagginess happen like out here? Would it like just be loose around the leg up here? Yeah. Right. Slightly more mischievous expression. Okay. Hatches. On the front side, so we have what, like a patch here? That one's being overlaid by this one. Okay. Now, figure out the top and whether or not I want to give them the bottoms of their pants, because they have these like weird like split. Do we give them the lower half? Do we just have these danglies? I think. Or the open. Can have more clear contrast between the shorts, the legs, and the shoe. Yeah, I think I'm gonna rob them of their pant. I think we keep them with the like cut hoodie though. They have their top is like wrapping around. That looks really weird. Just let that right now. Eh. Alrighty. That's getting along somewhere. Starting to feel the brain rot, though. I stayed up late, making sure that this funny thing worked, and that I had some idea of what I was doing today. Thank you. I'm procrastinating the parts that I'm not sure how I'm gonna handle. What if I did the biggest cop-out in the world and said that they're relaxing and they've taken their shoes off? So then all I have to draw are socks, which are basically just this. And then I'm done. Consider not drawing really complicated punk sneakers. And the outside of the leg. There should be one here. That would be like somewhere like that. Not so far back, maybe like that. Would be bent over itself. Some hypothetical fastening system, which might look something like this, I suppose. That's good, but much too small. I want that shaped like really exaggerated. Why don't we just draw that out? It. That'll do. There would be one here. Seems. A seam. That word. I just said that word and then it fell directly out of my head. Seam on the inside of the leg here. How would that buckle be? That. Have made a copy of that buckle before I transformed it. That would have been the smart thing to do, so I could have just copy pasted it. say... Did it again. Okay. We're undoing that. Pasting that. There we go. There's your buckle. Where am I here? Buckles. Hey, Han. There's that bug. Buckles. Good. Okay. It's already on that layer. Good. What's popping? Yeah. There's their funky little dangly bits. I like it. That's looking good. How much food do I got left? Hail this bit here so I can be done. Okay. Now we have this for the throat. Oh. Okay. So gonna figure out their top and their feet. Complicated parts. I think I want to give them this, like, cut-up hoodie. How would that lay over them in current? Why is that? Or about like there, I feel. Going on the sleeves? I don't know. I'm just gonna imagine that they ripped the seam. So it would just be like... That work? That works. Yeah. I'm a pupa now. Straight up pupin' a Friday evening. Figures. Mistake. Yeah. No, I just felt funny. I felt a little weird. Then I woke up like this. Yeah, too many Kit Kats. I do like Kit Kats. Kit Kats and Beef Bars, Scores, Butterfingers. I'm a left Twix man myself. Cookies and cream is pretty good. It doesn't taste like cookies or cream, but it tastes good. It's something. Yeah, I also, the vast majority of the time I don't like Hershey's, but cookies and cream is, it's like not even trying to be chocolate. It's just like, it's just something else. It's like a more dense version of like Oreo cream. That's what it tastes like to me. And it's got little bits of like cookie crunch in it. Oh, I forgot to turn off the... Wow. That's almost good, I feel. I think the hoodie, the perspective on the cut is wrong, which should be higher up back here. Yeah, that looks way better immediately. Oh yeah, hoodies have, danglies. Important part of the anatomy of a hoodie. Danglies.
Oh!
Oh!
It's me!
You're
the
so small.
Halloween art rat!
I don't remember you being that small. Why are you so little?
That's how I sneak in. Well, I think last time I was here on ScribbleSupport, I was climbing an Astrophel.
Oh, that's right. Right.
This way I can slip through the atoms in the stream as the Halloween art rat. Yeah.
Halloween art rat. Yeah. Let's have you
You
climb.
shake the Halloween art rat. It gives you ideas and inspiration. The Halloween art rat. There's someone who made a
I wish I was as talented as Quiche and I could just like pump out shit posts like that. I just want to draw like my version 2.0, just like 2 frames worth of like violently shaking you. Just.
Yeah.
We're gonna put you up on the ceiling.
No.
There you go.
The ceiling. Yeah. This is where all the cool kids hang out. On the ceiling.
Yeah.
Someone actually made a really funny thing, and Olm put it in my goddamn chat, in my Discord. I will forward it to you for later for enjoyment. But yeah, it's someone has made, I don't know what the fuck they've done, but it's an artist has been let loose on the world, and they've created something beautiful. And it's like a weird little, I don't know, like a hand holding a little squished rat, and they just keep squishing him. It's funny. But yeah, I see you're in your crunchy stage right now. Your crunchy, gooey center stage. Yeah. Crunchy on the outside, liquid center.
Yeah.
Mm.
This would be on the other side of.
And I was watching the Greek tragedy, which was trying to get the horns to do the thing. That was
Yeah.
beautiful.
I never figured it
Absolutely
out.
Beautiful.
I just had to compromise
No, I
and
saw.
let Clip Studio do what it wanted, I guess. I don't know why. I don't know why such a simple request was impossible. I just, it's just 2 locations. Keyframe there, keyframe there. You know?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't want to do it. Didn't want to do it.
Yeah. What do you call it? I also like just a little couple of extra tidbits about the Monster Hunter demo.
Yeah.
It feels really good being able to just call your goddamn mount, and it like just picks you up like Legolas in that fucking thing. And, like as you're running, you just like swoink.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, and it's cool because you can have an extra secondary weapon with you that you can switch to, which is also cool.
Oh, that's neat. Your mount like carries it. You have to. That's cool.
Your mount can also carry like extra supplies in general, like more ammo that you can get, or like other consumables and stuff. That's pretty cool. The mount is very cool. And your mount can also just like auto path to the monster if you know where it is, or you can like control it fully yourself to do whatever you want, you know. But it's really neat. Like just seeing, like I had a little go at it with a couple of the guys, and we played and we hunted some stuff, and we're like out in the sand dunes fighting this monster, and then like it'll go to leave the area to go somewhere else, and like we're all like mounting up, you know, and it's like it's very cool. It's very cool. And some of the weapons, like actually all the weapons, can still do like some attacks without even dismounting. And they had like the heavy bowgun, you can just sit there on the fucking mount and shoot the guy. It's very cool. Very cool. And the customization is looking pretty neat already.
Yeah.
As I was saying, you can make your sclera all not white, you know.
I just want a proper glam system, and according to Grizz, I think it was saying it earlier, they apparently did that in Rise, so hopefully they do it here too. I just, you know, I have 2 pieces of gear. I want one to be the stats, and I want one to be the appearance. That's it. That's all I want.
Yeah, yeah.
You can have your
Yeah.
DLC full overlays too if you want. I'm not gonna buy those, but I just want to be
They
able to,
yeah.
you know, have my main
They
set
also
with
had
a different helmet or something, you know, just
they had a similar thing in World, which I think is where they were testing out the idea of, and then I think they went in a bit more in depth in Rise. But basically in World, you could unlock the armor pieces. Like, so how you make armor in Monster Hunter, where you get the pieces and stuff like that, you could also do a separate thing where you basically, it was obviously not as expensive as actually building the armor, but sometimes it was. You would be able to unlock the armor, but as a layered armor set, and that just means like you'd have your armor on, but then you would just go into a different customization thing, and you're like, okay, so in this one, I want to see this piece of armor, but for here, I've unlocked this piece of layered armor, so I'm just gonna wear this piece of armor here, and these gloves and these boots and stuff.
Are
and
there
it's
any
nice.
weapons that are either new or missing?
No new ones yet, and no missing ones.
So you still have Insect Glaive?
Insect Glaive, yep. Insect Glaive seems very fun at the moment as well. Really do some crazy things with the insects, and the bow was looking very cool.
Really?
So
I wasn't too attracted to the bow in World,
so
but I'll have to fuck around and
in
see.
World, in World, I like the idea of the bow, but it just didn't really get me. In this one, you basically, like, the bow's all about lining up these special multi-shot things now. It's a lot closer to like an arcane archer. Like you'll shoot out this tracking dart, and then basically all of your shots will now seek to that point instead of having to aim them specifically. And then you'll like do all these crazy like multi-shot archer nonsense. It looks very cool. It looks very interesting. You just got to be able to dodge, because obviously you don't have a block button or anything.
Oh, that's what I was used to that anyway.
Yeah.
I played heavy bowgun and daggers in World.
That's what I like about this, is that I really like. So I like the heavy bowgun. It's the weapon I used the most in World, but I also like having other weapons like a hammer or something like that. And so in this one, I can always have my heavy bowgun sitting there as my secondary weapon.
Yeah.
So, and then I'll have I'll be switching out
like
what I'm using as my main, and then whenever I want to, it's like, oh, we've come across a fucking monster that's flying around all the time. All right, I got this big cannon with me, you know, and it's really kind of cool because it's, even in just the demo, because the demo like makes you do like a first tiny bit of the story, and then they just let you be in the first area, like explore it yourself, you know, with friends and stuff. Joining friends' games also seems a lot easier. Like they can just send you a Steam invite, and then you just get yoinked into their shit, you know. So that's pretty cool. And then on top of that, you're a lot more like a nomadic hunter person. Like there are still base camps, like big base camps, like they were in the other one, in like World, but it's not like, you know how like every time you kill the monster that you went out to there to get, you get like, okay, that's cool, now return to base camp and stuff like that, you know? It doesn't happen. After you've killed the monster, you just stay there. Like, you can go back if you want, but you have to go back there, you know? Like, you can fast travel if you're not in combat and stuff, but my point is that, like, it'll, like, start the quest when you attack certain monsters, basically. It's a lot more freeform. It seems like it's really cool. Like, it feels a lot more like you're roaming around these wild lands with your friends as, like, nomadic hunters and stuff, and there's, like, little, like, event things that'll happen, like, you know how there's those, like, special vigor wasps, maybe, in World, that, like, float around with big, like, green goo things that heal you? I don't know, like, they just float around sometimes. Like, there was an event in my World while we were doing the beta there, and it was just like, oh, there's a bunch of these motherfuckers, or all of a sudden. So like there was like oases and stuff with like loads of those guys just floating around and stuff. The game seems a lot cooler with like speed. Like sometimes, you know, like how in World there was certain things like if there was a monster that burrows under the ground, you could use those sonic like bomb things to like knock him out of the ground. Do you remember that? And then sometimes there was those creatures in some of the desert areas that if they were flying around and you shot them with a rock, they would make the noise to bring people out of the ground. Well, in this one, you just have to like aim at them and you can like yoink some ammo off the creature basically to just do it yourself. My point is like you're playing a lot more fast and loose. You're interacting with the environment a lot speedier and more organically instead of having to like premeditate everything all the time.
Yeah.
But you can still prepare. Like you can set up your own temporary camps. You can grill your own little meat. The food animations are driving people nuts because they're really good.
Yeah, they always do.
People are like, yeah. The cats look cool. There's a weird setting where you can have it so your palico speaks like English to you, and I just don't know if I can deal with that. That's just weird to me. Like, yeah. It's pretty neat, and like just roaming around on your mount it just feels really cool. It's like it's very cool. It's very cool. Being able to stop and make camp yourself. There are little campsites you can make your own camp, or you can just stop and grill something. There's like little pop-up camps that are NPCs as well. I don't know, it just seems really neat. Really, really cool. Definitely feel like this game will be a fun thing to hop into with friends every once in a while, you know, like whenever it comes out, like just play around and stuff, and yeah. Always looking for cool co-op games.
Yeah.
You know?
They're fucking extinct now if they're not live service games that die in a year.
If they're not PvPvE. Extraction shooters. You know what's actually funny is that some people have been calling for PvP in Monster Hunter, and this game actually put another nail in saying, no, we're not doing that. Like they actually take a moment, because one of the things that's kind of like a new thing in this is that there's like a civilization that we're running into in the story. Keep in mind, I only know like the first moments of the story, but basically we're introducing ourselves as like the hunter people to this other civilization that doesn't know us, you know? And basically they talk about like, oh yeah, this guy with the giant freaking weapons, we basically use those to defend ourselves from these monsters, and only certain people who have special licenses are allowed to do that, but only on the condition that they never turn these weapons on other humans and stuff like that. It's really, you know, important, and it's like, wow, that's actually, they've never covered that in anything I've ever seen before, but they covered it as a basis, because some people don't know this, but by the way, Monster Hunter is a post-apocalyptic game.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened to like modern day people, but now we're set into this other world, you know? It's kind of weird.
Watch the Monster Hunter movie to find out.
Oh God, no! Don't do it! Don't do it to yourself. It's not worth it. Not worth it.
I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Like it's terrible, but like it's taking itself so seriously that, you know, like I thought it was funny.
I mean,
I had fun watching it.
What's her name? Mila
Jovovich.
Mila. Yes, she is in every bad video game movie. Unfortunately, she is a good actress. Like she does a good job of what she needs to do. Oh yeah. Like in Fifth Element, maybe.
Yeah.
but like Resident Evil and Monster Hunter and stuff like that, like good lord, those movies, they're just like what's the word, like it's something to watch while you're eating popcorn, you know? It's not high art, you know? It's not like, I'm not sitting there going like, God, when's the next one? You know? But if someone was like, we're gonna, for Halloween we're gonna sit down and watch all the Resident Evil movies and eat popcorn and fuck around and just like talk the shit. I'm like, sign me the fuck up, you know? Like it's not terrible, and the action is really funny. But actually, I think that one of those Resident Evil movies is actually where I was first introduced to the concept of penny shot. Because I think she has like a double barrel shotgun with like quarters she's loaded into it or something. You know? Oh.
All right, I'm pleased with that. I gotta figure out what the hell I'm doing with their feet.
Ah.
Do I spend... I've been drawing this for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Do I spend another 4 hours drawing cool punk sneakers?
Oh, the bane of your existence, footwear.
It's just because all the footwear I like is that shit. It's like the big fucking belty, strappy, rivety goth boots and like punk sneakers and sport shoes. You know, they're all fucking complicated.
You could do like alternate footwear, foot wrap. You know, like foot wrapping stuff, maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier because I'm not streaming in Discord, but. Let me up. Oh wait, no, it doesn't need to be 1080 at 60 FPS. Not while I'm doing everything else right now. It's 720 at 30. There we go. Here's their ref sheet.
Oh, I see.
So they have these funky deployable pant.
Deployable pants, yeah.
And I drew up to the shorts, and then I decided, like, just because of the way that their leg posture is, like this whole area in here would just be like a tangled mess of like bunched up baggy cloth. So I made the executive decision to rob them of their pant.
They're short. They're powerful. Yeah.
But I like their like chopped up hoodie, so I want to keep this configuration. But I'm thinking I might. So when their legs are visible, you can see they have these like fallen, like crew cut socks, right? Like they go up under the knee, but they're not pulled up all the way, so they're this baggy shape, and I like that shape. Yeah. So I was thinking of pulling the cop out and just doing like. Get that shape in there like this. Yeah. Their socks are all baggy, but then they just have socks on. You know, like they're lounging, they're just at home or whatever, and then I don't have to draw the sneakers.
They're just vibing. Yeah. That works. I'm firmly in the camp of, if I don't have to, I'm not wearing shoes, you know? Like, I don't know. I think it stems from, like, I had a big growth spurt when I was younger, and it led to me having, like, foot problems because I grew too fast at one point, that my shoes were too small, they were tight, they were bunched my toes and stuff. It led to some other whatever issues, like I had a toe issue. Which led to a doctor just stabbing me in the foot repeatedly, basically. But anyway, like, it's led to me just, like, always being like, God, you sort of notice, like, when your feet are in uncomfortable footwear, or, like, really, you know, I miss when it was socially acceptable for me to be, like, wearing those gigantic frickin' skater shoes that are, like, basically having, like, duvets wrapped around your feet. It's amazing. But nowadays I just wear some Crocs or nothing. Like, because I just cannot deal with my feet being suffocated and squished up and bunched. I don't like it.
Yeah, I have a very comfy pair. I actually got them from a fucking YouTube sponsorship. I don't remember who it was, but it was one of those, you know, like use this code to get this thing. And I was like, huh, I actually kind of like that thing. Maybe I will actually buy it and get a discount. They're called Vessi. But they're basically just like premium slip-on shoes. So they look nice and they're waterproof, but they're just slip-on shoes. So like they're really stretchy and comfy. It just feels like a firm sock, basically. But it looks like a shoe. It's not like those weird like rubber like toe things that people used to wear to my college.
Yeah.
Like, what is that?
Yeah.
But yeah, so they look nice, but they're really comfy and they're waterproof. And nice. I can just wear them wherever.
Well, here's the thing. People like it's like I've always known it as a saying. Like you gotta splash out for comfort in two places, and that's your shoes, your footwear in general, and your bed, basically. You know, because if you're in one, you're in the other, basically. You know, like if you're not in one, you're in the other. You know, sort of thing. Like you gotta have comfort in one of them or the other. Because god damn, I got a really good deal on a really good mattress a while back, and that mattress has done me some beautiful things. It's just so comfy. And my back doesn't feel like garbage.
Yeah, I got a new pillow recently. I've been happy with it.
Oh yeah. I got myself one of those giant pregnancy body pillow things a while back. And
yeah, that's kind of what it is. I'd never heard the term before, but it's apparently a king size pillow. So it's like halfway between like a normal, you know, like if you're picturing a cartoon and they're having a pillow fight, you know, like that's like the standard pillow, right? And then there's the body pillows. It's like halfway between that, and it's a little bit taller. So it's like a I'm streaming. I can draw. It's about like it's about like that aspect ratio. So it's wide enough where I like to sleep like this way. How can I do this? Let's do this over here so it doesn't show up in my time lapse.
All of a sudden people are like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, so it's about like that.
Yeah.
And I like to sleep this way, so I'm like holding it here. And this arm is under the pillow, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I'll sleep. That's a hand. Sleep like that. It's like really comfy.
That is very comfy. Yeah. I saw there's some beds that have like a just underneath where you'd think the head would be, like sort of just around your neck area, maybe a little bit lower around the shoulder area. There's almost like a moat in the mattress, and basically it's for being able to sleep on your side easier without thinking you're crushing your arm or something, you know? Kind of interesting. Plus it helps people who have booba to sleep on their belly if they want to, because you can just put your booba in the moat. It's like thunk,
the boob
just
moat.
right in there. The boob moat. Yep. It's you know. I have enjoyed. A good pillow is very nice, very comfy. I also didn't know that I would like enjoy one of those like weighted blankets until all of a sudden someone's like, oh here, I've only got this weighted blanket, you know, when I was staying over at someone's house, and like, do you want to use this? Like, oh sure, I'll try it out. And then they put it on me, and I was just like, oh no, I'm autistic. Oh no. Oh no. They were right. It was very comfy, and I felt so comfortable. Especially once I put one like leg out of it. I don't know why. I need one leg out roaming the pastures. It needs to be out there. I don't know why it is. I don't know if it's like a heating thing. I don't know. I'm not a bedologist or a sleepologist. I just it's a bit of a hobby of mine, sleeping. Yeah. Oh. Goddamn, I've been enjoying Blue Sky more and more. It's been really popping off.
I'm fucking thriving on Blue Sky. It's so nice to just have a platform that works, and I don't have to see the fucking Musk Monkeys like latest, just absolutely fucking circus dumbass thing that he's doing.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm getting more interaction, even though I only have like a quarter of the followers. I'm meeting actual humans and not commission bots and fucking OnlyFans pussy in bio.
Yeah.
Fucking
pussy in bio. Yeah, I've been enjoying it, and I've only encountered like I think 2 accounts that I would need to like block for like weird reasons, you know, but like it has been
they have
a breath of fresh air.
They have community moderation accounts, which is like the coolest fucking thing I've ever heard of. So you can just like find an account that it's like, it's my job to flag Nazi shit, and you just like subscribe to them, and you just get everything that they find and tag is like automatically blocked for you. Like, that's awesome.
It's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool. I it's nice being on a platform where the idea that Nazis are bad or shouldn't have a platform is not a debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I was watching, actually, I had a very fun, I was watching a Rust video, because there's actually only there's like one Rust YouTuber that I watch that makes like funny content that I enjoy, like, because they do like crazy weird shit. Like, they made one thing where basically them and their friends would make like what looks to be like an abandoned like small starter base or something like that, you know? But they had secretly made a little base underneath the floor. So they would set them up at the start of a wipe, and then they would wait for people to move in like hermit crabs, and then they would come back a couple days later to see like, oh, is anyone like really popped off? Because the way Rust is so almost like building a pearl, you know, like coats over and over. When Rust players, the way they play is they have their starter, and then they as they build out, it's sort of like they start encasing it more and more, but the starting part is the core of the base that has all the goodies in it. So like out of nowhere, a bunch of weirdos would just pop out of your floor, and that's like so funny. They had another one where they they sneakily raided people's bases without breaking anything, and then they would build secret bases inside their walls, and they'd set up secret cameras, and so people would be like, wait, is that a freaking, all of a sudden they'd notice, like, is that a camera inside our loot room? Why is there, they'd look up at the camera, and then they'd take like a carpet off the wall, and then they'd see people's faces there, and it's like, that's really funny. But they were trying to choose, one of the other things they did was a video where they, most Rust bases, when you have more than one person in them, they have to use a code lock on the base, code lock. That's how you lock the doors, because that way multiple people can use them, unlike a key lock where only one person can use it. Anyway, the TLDR is that people are lazy, and the more people in a base, the more likely it is that you use the same 4-digit code for everything. So basically, they set them and their friends, they just repeatedly ran up to doors and kept trying codes. They had a list of the 10,000 most used codes, starting from most used, and they would just go down the list as a team to try and hack into someone's base. And then when they found the one code, that code usually worked for the rest of the base as well, you know? That wouldn't have worked in my base back when I played Rust, because I was super autistic, and I had like a spreadsheet, and I had a different code for every single door. Anyway, point is, they were looking for bases. They were like, we need to find someone who deserves to be raided. And this is sort of me, the tangent is wrapping around to my original point, which was that they found a base that was like saying horribly racist shit on it. like bad posters, and also coincidentally also said things like COVID is a hoax and stuff. But anyway,
Oh, nice.
Anyway, one of the people who was his friends, because he does YouTube videos, but one of his friends is a streamer who was streaming what they were doing, and someone in the chat was like, wait, why are you making it political? You don't know that they're bad guys. You don't know that they're racist. It's like, they look at the streamer's like, it says whites only on the fucking front of their base. Like, what are you talking about? It says Aryan Brotherhood. It's like, and it's like, I'm tired of people making excuses for these pieces of shit, and I'm happy to finally be on a social media platform like Blue Sky, where it's no longer a freaking debate. You know, it's horrifying how bad Twitter is. Oh, it was a long tangent. We got there. We got there. As a side note, that guy also, because Rust has a lot of electrical interaction now, like with weird gadgets you can set up in your base, and stuff that can connect to their phone app, that guy set up a goddamn, for an event, he set up a thing in his, like, streaming office, where basically, like, if someone approached his base from the north, one side of his room would have LED lights light up, and if someone made it inside his compound, a foghorn in his room would go off to wake him up.
Oh.
So, it was a terrible idea. Nakeds would sneak over the wall in the middle of the night, and then he'd be like, oh my god! He also stupidly made a press in case of emergency button inside of his base, and his friends kept pressing it while he was asleep, so good idea. Good, solid plan. But the ambition was there. Yeah. Speaking of,
got far in that game.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, Rust, you never got there. Rust, I enjoyed making the bases. I didn't enjoy fighting for them. Like, I didn't. So a lot of the time, I would always like building down in caves and stuff, like weird little rat bases. You know, fancy that. But on the note of co-op games and survival games, because someone, I don't remember where I heard it recently, but someone was saying, like, one of the big pulls for a survival game is having someone that you can be like, hey, look at what I did, like I built while you were offline or something like that, or like, look what I'm working on in our survival, you know? Freaking Subnautica 2 has been announced, and it will have co-op. Which is very cool, because that's kind of one of the big reasons I never played it.
Yeah, I had no interest in that game, because it's a survival crafting game in a ocean of survival crafting games, and it was single player, so I'm like, I don't need that. I don't need any of that.
I have a hard enough time convincing myself to play a single player game in general. But if it's a goddamn, like, a survival crap, that's a huge time sink, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, ugh. And, like, most video games in general, I sort of have this sort of, my own sort of thought process is, like, most of the time, the only reason to do anything in video games is to share it with your friends, like, the experience or what you've achieved or the thing
that's the part
that you built, you know?
That's the part that's missing from so many of these kinds of games for me, is like, I love industry, and I love making the progress. Like, you start in the Stone Age and then you can get a spaceship, you know, like I love the progress and working through it, but I need to be able to do something with it. There's so many games where that's the game, is just the progression, and it's like, okay, well, I did it, now what? Nothing, you beat it, that's the game. And then I want to do stuff with it. I'm so like, bummed that still in this year that there's still not like a threat in Space Engineers, you know, like, because I would play the shit out of that game if there was actually shit to do in it. But it's just...
Like, a long time ago, they added in... The only threat in the entire game is if you're on a planet, and occasionally, maybe every 5
there's
minutes,
those drones or whatever, but they have, like, one base, and you can go
like
kill it very easily.
Like nothing.
Yeah.
It's very nothing, basically. And I think, unfortunately, that game suffers from what I like to call the like you know, like sort of like it's like a cop out where like the players are their own entertainment, you know, like, and that works for some games, but it's not something I'm interested in, you know. It almost feels like a cop out, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
that's why I never stick with
so you're not going to build
Minecraft either.
something. Yeah, exactly. It's why Fallout 76 sucked so much on launch. Is because, you know, like, you got Todd Howard out there like, you're gonna make the stories, you're gonna make the adventures, which is code for there isn't any. There fucking isn't any. You have to do it, you know. And I don't know what state that game's in now. I don't at me. But let's be honest, when it launched, it was legendarily shit.
Yeah.
Okay, and I will never touch it. Like, not with a 10-foot pole. It's kind of funny to me because Bethesda has had two chances. They have two different, like, they have two sort of main big IPs that they were using at the time. One was Fallout, one was Elder Scrolls. And all I ask, and all that a lot of people ask for, we just want to be able to play it with like maybe 4 or 5 of my friends at a time, like a little co-op game.
I would have fucking lost my life to like 4-player Skyrim when that was like relevant.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's all I'm asking for. Is just that with a little bit of co-op. I don't need a giant MMO where the mechanics are now watered down to make room for that. Yeah. I don't need it. I just need the normal game, but with a, you know, stable multiplayer, you know. I have tried the Skyrim multiplayer thing, and I had a blast with it, the mod. But unfortunately, even after all these years, it's still very glitchy. Because what can they do, you know? Basically, the problem is that you can play it for like a few hours with your friend, but after a while, it starts to unsync things. So the longer, because the way Skyrim works is there's lots of things running in the background throughout the world and stuff. Yeah. And basically, the longer you're playing, the more chances your two games have to desync. And unfortunately, the co-op just eventually just falls apart, like some sort of multiverse portal fiasco thing. Yeah, both of those games would have been awesome with proper like co-op, and unfortunately they went in one direction with one and a horrible direction with the other, where after a while with Fallout 76 they're like, hey, guess what? Not only did we not make the game better, but now we've added in a battle royale. Who the fuck asked for this? Like, but you know, it's kind of funny when a franchise literally built around the world is fucking over because it got nuked, then nukes its own franchise, because why not? But yeah, we've talked before about like this, just casual cool little adventure co-op games are just, they're not, you'd think, because it's such a simple concept, like they're not there.
Well, that's why is because it's a simple concept. Yeah. Nothing can be simple anymore. It needs to be the biggest, baddest, fucking high, $2 trillion budget, fucking live service bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine if we just had a working port of Lost Planet 2.
I actually, hold up, Lost Planet 2. Did I? Yeah, me and Raz got that to work. Lost Planet 2.
Did you?
Lost Planet 2, we played it. We played through the campaign. We could do that sometime if you want to. The mechs and stuff, the vehicles in that game are really fun. Really enjoyed that.
I could die happy if they made an entire video game that's like the train level.
Yes, the train level
that
was
is
insane.
Like one of my favorite video game experiences is the train level on the highest difficulty on Lost Planet 2.
Yep, loading in all those shells and everything, and jumping around the train.
That's like the prototypical definition of my favorite kind of game. There's a big fucking thing that you and a few
Yeah.
other people are trying to handle, and it demands that you all
It's
find a place and work together
yeah.
to overcome the
It's
big
kind of
fucking
funny.
thing. It's so fun.
Isn't it kind of funny? Because that's a Capcom game as well, right? And then
Mhm.
you've got Monster Hunter, which is also a Capcom game. Which, ironically, when Monster Hunter tries to do that, I feel like it's kind of the worst missions in Monster Hunter. Because they just don't do it right, I feel. Like, whenever, like, when you're doing, like, that mission in Monster Hunter World... and you
Yeah,
have to
like
shoot
the
cannons at
the final boss,
just-
quote unquote,
oh,
the
so
first
ass.
Zora. Is it Zora Magdaros? The big fucking volcano man.
Yeah, the big fucking volcano guy.
Yeah.
It's so ass. I hate that mission.
Yeah, it's like the
so long and
it's the
boring.
concept, but it sucks.
Yeah. But like being on that train and jumping around and like using a grappling hook to like, oh yeah, I need to go over here. Oh yeah, get this. So like, okay, I'm aiming it. I need you to load it. It's like, all right. Let's
Oh god, the worm
it's
came
so
up on the
awful.
opposite
good.
side. Turn, fucking turn. Someone's like cranking it like as hard as they can. You get like multiple
Yeah,
people trying to
yeah.
push the fucking barrel of the cannon to face the
And
right
things
direction.
things would jam and stuff. I think.
Yeah,
right?
they
Like, you could, like,
they would
kick them
overheat and like
stuff.
set on
Like,
fire, so you
yeah.
needed someone to go
Yes.
like below decks into the engineering room that's just like
Give me a whole
spewing
game
steam
about it.
everywhere,
Like-
and you have to fix it. It was so fucking
Give me-
cool.
Give me a game where this is our job, like Deep Rock Galactic style. This is our job to do this, right?
Yeah.
And we have to hunt down these like kaiju worm things or whatever, you know, like or whatever kind of beastie it is.
Yeah,
In
that
this
would be
sort of
so
thing,
cool.
you know.
It
It'd be
doesn't even
so
need to be a
freaking cool.
big thing. I use that like in the loosest term, big
yeah, it could
fucking
be
thing.
small things.
It can be whatever your task is. Some daunting task that
Yeah.
you need a small group of people to cooperate to complete it. That's
Yeah,
all I
yeah.
want. It's more games like that, please. Thank you.
I love, and I love also if they go a step further with like having like cool roles. You know, like this
Yeah,
person's
yeah.
the engineer. They need to get down there and repair that shit. This person's the
Yeah.
clonker. He's
I
got a stick to
kinda-
clonk the thing. I don't know.
I
I'm
like
into
that
it.
idea too, but I think I prefer it when that doesn't exist, because the functionality of that still exists. You need
Oh, yeah,
someone
yeah.
to be firing the gun, right? So they
Yeah,
are the
yeah.
gunner, but they don't have a chip inside them that says they're the one that's allowed to fire the gun.
That's fair.
Right.
That's
So
fair.
I like it because that way, if something goes wrong, the rest
Yeah.
of the group can like adapt because they're all the same
You know what
capability.
it feels? There's an energy to it that I would almost sort of, the best way I could think to describe it is sort of like, you know, like how when shit's hitting the fan near the climax of like a Pirates of the Caribbean movie, and you've got these wackadoodle characters like Jack Sparrow and stuff like that, whatever, you know, and they're just like, someone get this. While they're dealing with something like that, and you got
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Barbosa, like, I'm kind of busy here. Like, that's the energy of
Yeah, exactly.
nonsense going wrong, you know? And, you know, that's the sort of energy I'm looking for in this sort of thing. There was another game, and it was actually PvP, that actually did capture that energy for a while. Did you ever play Wings of Icarus or something
Yeah,
like that?
I was gonna
Like,
mention that one because it's
That
the
one's
same
kinda fun,
concept, but
too.
it's PvP, so it like
was
immediately
PvP.
comes with the
yes,
the
yes,
stigma
yes.
of like needing to like balance around other people. So like you don't
But
get
it-
to be like funky, crazy people fighting a goddamn
Exactly.
dune worm. You're fighting yourself. So it needs
But
to
it did,
be like really rigid.
It was another game that got close to that sort of energy,
Yeah.
even though it was PvP, sadly.
Uh-huh.
And sadly, also because it was PvP, it relied on having a larger player base, and therefore
Mm-hmm.
it died. Yeah, that's just, God, I don't even know what you'd call that genre, like crew-based?
Yeah, that's
crew-based,
how I
don't
refer
know.
to them is crew games.
like
but
crew-based?
Yeah.
I like that sort of, like, oh my God, it's just fun. And that mission,
crew games
it's kind of funny.
or caravan games is what I typically call them.
Caravan
Like,
games,
you
yeah.
have a group of people that are located
Yeah.
around a center core that they share in common, and that
Yeah.
thing is traveling as a unit to do something.
There's
That's-
a game that I'm interested to see when it's finished. I
Sea of Thieves has a
don't
little bit of
know.
that too, and that was the only thing that got me into it. But the PvP
it
is so
does.
cancerous
God,
in
the
that
PV
game. It
and apparently, Sea of Thieves is currently in the worst state it's ever been. Both community-wise, apparently, it's been pretty toxic because they've made it even easier to spawn camp people with grappling hooks now. But also, apparently, the game just keeps crashing all the time. Like, they need to actually fix the basis of the game, which is sad because I was finally interested because they added grappling hooks. I was like, oh, like,
and that's
you know?
like, so the premise of Sea of Thieves interests me, but then that's the problem, is the scourge, the disease of
yes.
PvP as an end game solution for sustainability means that that's the focus of the developer's attention.
Yes.
So even though PvE servers exist in Sea of Thieves, I can't have fun there either, because now it's so shallow, because the game is designed for you to be constantly fucked with by other people.
Even in games where there's a fully fledged PvE thing going on, like one of my perfect favorite examples is V-Rising. Because of the existence of the option to have a PvP server, it has tainted every single
because
aspect.
Every decision is informed under the assumption that you're on a PvP server, because that's what it is by default.
Yes. Because the PvPers have to do PvE, but the PvEers don't have to do PvP, but because they could, it's changed, you know?
Right.
Valheim has a similar issue as well. I think Valheim could be a much more pleasant experience if it was a little bit more biome than it is. Like, so basically, when you go to Valheim, there's like different biomes that you're sort of, it's the same sort of thing as any other survival crafting game. You're trying to move up as you go, and you unlock new things as you go, right? But the issue is that the way biomes work, like, say you're like, okay, now it's time for us to go to the Mistlands, right? Where is it? You don't know. You have to find it. And when you find part of it, it might only be a tiny one, because the way the biomes generate is kind of like random. And it's like, but here's the thing, the last two like ultimate biomes in and people might be like, say to me like, oh, but that would destroy the adventure. It's like, no, it wouldn't. No, it fucking wouldn't. Shut up. But anyway, the last two like ultimate biomes of Valheim that they're still working on, one is the Ashlands, and one is like the true north or the full north or something like that. And basically, when you have a fully generated world of Valheim, it's a giant circle. And at the bottom, at the very, very bottom, is a semicircle of islands. That's the Ashlands. It's always in the same place, and it always looks the same. And in the north is where the full north is, mirroring that, right? So it's like, okay, if the ultimate biomes can do it, why can't the rest of them? Let's just do that. Like, you know, it'd be more interesting. You'd have fuller, completer experiences instead of running around like...
I think it just... The fact that the minimum size is too small. That's really just it. I would be perfectly fine with them being randomly placed, but just they need to be larger, because
a minimum size, that's a better way to put it.
You need everything eventually. So if you're exploring and you're looking for iron, you're still at least discovering other things. So it might take you a while to find a swamp, but at least you found some other stuff, and you can like set up a portal network so that you can go back there late. But the way that it is, or was last time I played anyway, is you end up, you know, spending 2-3 hours wandering around looking for a swamp, and then you find one and it has a crypt in it. And you get like a stack of iron, and then that's it. No, I agree. I also, like, last time I played it, I had way more fun when I made a couple changes in my like settings to my server, and one of them was increasing drops from enemies and mining and stuff by triple the amount. And the other one was like making it so we could take anything through the teleporter. Right? The not being able to load the boat or pull ore through the teleporter was a little ridiculous.
Okay, well, here's the thing, right? Right now, if you get to the Ashlands, you learn the ability to make a giant, bigger portal that lets you teleport anything. So the functionality, even if you decide to not turn on that setting, exists eventually. So that's kind of cool. But it's like currently... what happens is, the way it's working is that whenever time they do a big update, the only real changes you're seeing is to the new biome. I think that they are eventually going to change that. Like, for the 1.0 of Valheim, I would expect it to look very different than what it currently looks like. Because like when a new weapon type comes out, there's only like 2 versions of it, and it'll only be in like the newest stuff because like that's kind of weird. But the way Valheim's skills work is it's like old Final Fantasy RPG skills where you have to use the thing over and over and over again to learn the skill. So if you only recently got to a new biome and you're changing weapon, and the new weapon you only just, you know what I mean? Anyway, TLDR, I think we're going to see some cool changes. They recently released a picture. They're going to go back to the swamps, and they're adding in, like, bog witches, which looks kind of cool. It's kind of interesting. And they apparently look to be friendly, so that's kind of interesting. There was a cruise-style game that I've been keeping an eye on for a long time, but I want to wait to see what it's like when it's done, because it's in early access, and that's called Volcanoids. You look to be, like, a few people in a giant drill, basically. And like you deploy your drill in places and stuff, and
you have
this whole internal stuff with the drill.
I think it was also PvP, so it's basically like Wings of Icarus, but it was like a dune like walker, like a AT-AT like in the sand.
Yes, called Sand. Yes, I played the. I actually played the beta test of that. It's called Sand.
Oh yeah.
It is PvP. It's not bad. I would say it's almost like somehow a combination of Sea of Thieves and Hunt Showdown. The one thing that was kind of weird about it is that when you load in, right, it's more closer to Sea of Thieves than Hunt Showdown because you have no time limit.
But you're after
but it
like
is
a piece of salvage or something, like you're competing for something.
Sort of like there's like places, and when you go to these places, there's like these like it's almost like a bounty. You find these special boxes where there's like these contracts where you're sending stuff back up into space to get paid. And basically, when you pick up this box, there's like an alarm, so the rest of the server knows you picked it up, and they can see you on the map. But they don't. But here's the thing: it's kind of like what we said about Hunt, by the way. You have a certain place on the map. You have to take this contract to deliver it, but only your team carrying the box knows where that is. But everyone else knows that you have it, and they can see you on the map. So it's almost like, remember how we said in Hunt, it would be kind of interesting if when you got a bounty, you had a specific extract you had to use. It's sort of like that, basically. And it's kind of interesting because you have a very customizable situation with the walkers, you know. And so you can like make your own like thing, but there is like a weight and speed system. So like you could have a slower, bigger, like lots more guns thing going on. It's a long way off from being finished, but the player weapons are also very fun. Like they've got like a triple-barreled shotgun, which was really cool, and they've got like a cool like a sniper rifle, and they've also got like a cool revolver rifle thing as well. Like very sort of alternate history Hunt Showdown looking things as well. It's very cool. It's very nice. Well, I'm cautiously optimistic with that game. Yeah. The only thing is that the loot system seems closer to Tarkov than Hunt. So like, you have to take stuff in with you, and then you have to like bring stuff out. But there's not like a store on the outside, so I don't know what happens. I don't know. Like, if you don't take any ammo in with you, your ship doesn't have any ammo, and you don't have any bullets. You don't even have any guns, so you have to bring that stuff with you. So it's weird. I don't know. I'm not sure. And it's in early days. It's very early days. Like the last playtest they did was specifically for like a PvP playtest, and we did some PvP. It was kind of fun, but like it is super clunky when it comes to like the actual engagements. There's a lot of like laggy nonsense going on, but it's just early development. We'll see. I would say it's cautiously optimistic. The big walker machines are very cool though, very interesting. Yeah. My issue with Sea of Thieves, which I feel makes it less like the crew thing that I want, is that a lot of the time it's almost like you're at like a playground situation with like whenever things were going wrong in like Wings of Icarus or on that train, I feel like it was a little bit more nutso, whereas like in Sea of Thieves it's like, okay, you can just sit there just throwing the buckets of water out and like placing the planks on the walls. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just, I don't know. I'm not sure. It doesn't feel quite the same. Maybe it's the absence of fire, because it's mainly water the threat in that game, you know what I mean? Whereas most of the time in these other ones, things are exploding or whatever, you know what I mean, catching on fire. Sea of Thieves, it is the complete opposite, I guess. You are dealing with water mainly, which is cool. Still, it's still interesting. I still mourn what could have been a good game, which was GTFO just didn't go the way I wanted it
to. That game needed a couple of very specific changes, and they just didn't do that.
Yeah.
Namely the save system.
It could have been cool. The save system, I feel like we covered before, like the tool variety was just not there.
Yeah.
It wasn't there.
But even that, like, I would play the game as it was if I didn't lose 3 hours of progress when I died.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just want literally copy paste Resident Evil save system. Send me down with X number of save cartridges that I can put in a terminal and execute a command to save the game. So that way I can decide when we just did something really strenuous, I can go to a terminal and save, and that way if we fail, we don't have to do that 2-hour-long event again. How fucking long? It was like 9 hours that we went to beat the first.
We kept thinking it's about to end.
The first final level, the rundown 1 of version 1.0. The final level took us like 9 hours. It's fucking ridiculous.
It was a bonding experience. We were in the trenches because we started that.
We started with
funny,
4.
Is it was literally, we started with a full party.
Yeah.
By the end of it, it was just me and Batbug left. You know, like
because we couldn't stop because the game doesn't save. If we ended, we would have needed to start over the next day.
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
And the only and there's no that on that as well as the fact that for such an involved situation, the rewards were just also kind of weird.
Yeah, like, what did we get? A fucking color palette for doing that?
I think it was like a color palette. It might have been a color palette, and not even like an interesting one. I remember I randomly got like a chest piece cosmetic that gave my character a robot hand, and I was like, I'm never switching off because it's the most interesting looking thing in there, you know? There was some other stuff, but like, if you're gonna have customization, make it actual customization, okay?
Yeah.
Don't make it like,
hey, Brosby.
oh my god, you know? You know? If someone's excited because they've got a slightly different looking gas mask now, that's very sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, that's the first cosmetic you unlock from like the like first or second level or whatever. It's like new cosmetic, and it's like, oh, a mask. It's like, wait, I'm already wearing a mask though. And then like we were both sitting there like toggling it on and off. Like what? Like it is it just like a different texture? Really. Like it's like. One's slightly shinier.
It's very weird.
One's made of nylon and one's made of rubber. Like,
it's very strange to me. Also, because like they clearly in some sort of like futuristic situation, right? But it's like, and clearly we know that we have to be careful with noise. Like sound is a big thing, right? And so is light, right? But when we clearly like, so it's like, to the point where we bring in these melee weapons, right? But the melee weapons, God, that's a whole other thing. But it's like, why aren't there things like a special, like a cool like crossbow thing, to be like a quiet way to take out, you know? And then it's like, well, also, why aren't we using night vision instead of these flashlights that set off the creatures? And it's like, fuck you. And then it's like, oh, by the way, like recently, just before we stopped, they added in like a couple of weapons that had like infrared scopes, so they did have like night vision essentially. It's like, okay, what's going on? Like, and it's like, I don't know, the developers just had a weird situation. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. I don't know. And like, I don't know. It's very
Yeah,
strange.
that was just the biggest. That was the deal breaker for me. Was that the game just did not respect your time. That like you need to no life that game. That's the only option. Like fuck you if you have to go to the bathroom. Like
there's that's another thing.
You don't have 10 hours to do a mission. Guess you'll have to do the 6 hours you attempted again.
And after 10 hours, they give you like a cab fare. It's like, here you go. If you manage to find them, here's like a couple of consumable power-ups for the next time you do a 10-hour mission. Like, thank you. I guess I can give myself, what's this? 20% corruption resistance. I don't even know if there'll be corruption on the mission, but it's like, oh, when your health is full, you get 5% more melee damage. It's like, that's useful. Thank you very much for that. And I can use this how many times? One time. Like, cool, awesome. Thank you.
In this game that has exactly one monster where you need to melee it and it doesn't die in one hit.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because you can't, the way the hitboxes work, you cannot really be doing melee if the monsters have already been set off. Like, they're like Naruto running around and like Crab walking around like too fast. They're shooting homing bullets at you. It's like, the hitboxes don't work. You have to use the gun. And it's like, you know, I don't know. It just, it's dumb. Stupid. And I remember feeling super excited about it because they have like a proper, actually having to use like coding.
Yeah, the hacking minigame is the best hacking minigame in any video game. But that was awesome.
I wish there was more we could do with it other than like ping things.
Yeah.
Like unlocking doors with it, or like doing weird shit to the security system. Why can't we do weird shit? Like, do more with it. For the love of God. It's like if you invented gliding as like a proper flight gliding physics engine, and then the only thing you used it for was like a once a year Fall Guys event or something. Like, fucking use it. Do something cool with it. What are you doing? Like, it's insane to me. Fucking nutso. Ugh. It's silly. It's very silly. The story for that game was looking kind of interesting too. Just too bad they didn't want to fucking tell you it, you know?
Yeah.
It's just weird.
Yeah, I was interested. I just, you know, had my soul crushed by a fucking 9-hour mission that I wasn't allowed to stop, or else I would lose all the progress and have to do it again.
It wasn't even a PvP game, and I felt like I just wasn't welcome, you know? You know, it's like, this is supposed to be a cooperative game, you know? It's like, I don't know. Like Deep Rock Galactic, there's a game where you feel welcome when you play it, you know what I mean? Like, you know, they foster community. The game isn't there to just kick you in the dick the whole time. There's customization that's actual, you know? I don't know, it just blows my mind how some people, like, this is your world, you can do whatever you want with it. And apparently they want to do nothing with it. It's weird. Also, I don't know why you would go for such a realistic textured video game and then have it be so dark you can't fucking see any of these high rendered things. It's so dark you can't see anything. It's silly. It's silly. Did you know the Buckshot Roulette is less than a gig in size? That's kind of nuts to me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I didn't know anything about that game.
It's just
I know it exists.
weird. It's a weird little game. It's very small though. I think like
Doesn't
Terraria is very small as well, even though it's really
take much to
no.
make a game. It only does when you don't compress
Don't-
your audio and have 8K
Your audio
textures for no
files.
reason.
Oh. Yeah.
I want to know how we got on the timeline of bad performance as a selling point.
Blame Crisis.
Yeah, I do blame
I
Crysis.
think. Yeah. Will you even be able to run it? It's like, God, I think that's up to you, isn't it? Like,
Did you hire
Why
a
is-
software engineer? A single one?
Because I've seen some pretty fucking staggeringly beautiful games, and there is literally like games. We've reached a point where some games can look like insanely detailed, right? But there's also graphic settings as well. You know, I don't think that there's any excuse, and there hasn't been for years now, for a new game to come out and be like, can you even run it? Because it's like, bruh, like, what were you developing for? Graphics cards that don't exist? Like, what were you doing? Like, we don't need it to look better than this. Like, this is insane to me. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's
I don't
part of
know,
it,
it's
is
just weird.
the hyperfixation that games aren't worth playing unless they're better graphics than the last installment. More realistic.
Yeah.
And sorry, that's not better graphics. Specifically closer
Yeah.
to realism. That is the only thing that
Yeah.
that matters.
You know what I want? I want bubble shields. I don't want better graphics. I want cool bubble shields.
I
Yeah.
think
I want.
I think the only thing that I've seen that I feel is a compelling use of modern hardware for like pure visual fidelity that I think actually looks good and is making good use of the hardware is the fucking PS5 Ratchet and Clank game.
Oh yeah.
That is a gorgeous game. I don't give a fuck about Ratchet and Clank, but that game looks phenomenal. Like, give me more of that.
Yeah.
It's pure visual design, and they can do whatever the hell they want because it's like
It doesn't
cartoony.
look
So it
realistic.
leverages that insane processing power to just have so much on the screen going on, make everything beautiful. Like, I don't need to see the fucking real-time sweat accumulation on my Madden guy who I'm a half a mile away from camera-wise most of the time. Like, you know, like who cares?
Yeah, I prefer if this sort of processing power was going towards like a visual style or like a cool mechanic, right? Like, so for instance, Portal is crazy
Yeah.
because of the way the portals work, right?
Uh-huh.
And they actually work like you can see through them and things go through them and like everything, you know what I mean? And it kind of blew my mind when I played one of the playtests for Marvel Rivals, because there's a character in there, Doctor Strange, who could make a portal. He can make portals, and they work.
They're not as
like
good as
portals.
Oh, do they?
They
Do
work
they
like
actually work?
portal.
Okay.
They
'Cause
actually.
I
work.
would
That
have
was the
expected it
first
to be
game.
worse than Portal, a game that came out 15 years ago, you know?
No, but this is the only time, right? And it's like so cool because he can choose where they are. Like, he can place both of them, like choose where they are and what angle they're at and everything like that. And to the point where like you can like open a portal and have the enemy team accidentally jump into it and fall to their death somewhere, you know, like, because it's actually like, and you can shoot through it and you can grab people through it and stuff because it works like a portal. And it made me think like, yeah, Portal came out freaking like what, like 10 years ago or something?
More than that.
A long time ago.
I think it was before 2012. It would have been like 2010 or 2011, I think.
Oh god, it's 2007.
Oh. Yeah.
It's 2007. And it's such a cool mechanic, And there's so much applications for such a thing, like in a Magic game or something like that, you know, like having like proper portals and stuff. That I'm just like, why is this the first game since Portal that I've seen this? Because this isn't even like this is like teleportation and the idea of a portal to somewhere is prevalent in a lot of games, you know. But it's crazy to me is that like it was actually like a proper portal and stuff. That's really cool. Like we have games, I like when a power system is like a simple thing that you can now use. You have like a simple thing, but the way you use it can be interesting. Like if you have just the ability to levitate things, you know, you could then do a whole game around the ability to do that, you know. Like I guess that's sort of like what that what's that one Control, that game Control, where the lady has telekinesis, you know.
Yeah.
Same sort of thing, you know. Like imagine if you have a game where you're like a bunch of like like a co-op game where you have like a bunch of fucking wizards and you've all only learned one thing. So one of you has the ability to make portals, one of you can levitate things, one of you can set things on fire.
I actually really like that concept. That's really funny. You're all wizards, but you can only do one fucking thing. So you have like
one thing,
a big pool of things that you can choose from. So you have to communicate. Like, okay, I'm gonna take this, so you can take this. And then that sounds really fun. I would like that a lot.
It can be really funny. Like one of you is the time wizard. I can rewind things. It's like awesome. Okay, it's like I can make things go forward. It's like everyone can do that.
like Magicka, but each person only has like 2 elements.
Yeah. And you have like so you have to like work with your tools. So okay, so I can make portals and I can levitate things. Okay, so if I make a portal here, then you can levitate that through there, and then this person can light things on fire. This person
really
can
good
freeze things. You know, it can be a cool idea, and it's weird to me because there's a lot of games with magic or sci-fi and stuff like that, and there's no, there is only one other place I've seen this. Right, someone made a mod, and of course it's a mod for Minecraft with realistic portals, as in the nether portal works like a portal.
Right, so it's just open,
like,
and you can just like see
it's just open.
Yeah.
And you can see in and walk in and jump, you know, like it's really cool, you know?
That is a 128 gigs of RAM to Minecraft. Here you go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But you know what? That's the sort of shit I want to see. Crazy, like, you know, I'd rather hear, oh, I need to buy 4 sticks more RAM to run this cool, awesome, weird Portal game than, oh, I need to spend $5,000 on the newest graphics card because I need to be able to see the peach fuzz on someone's ball sack. It's very cool. Like, but yeah, like weird concepts like that, and as you said with the Ratchet and Clank thing, like the visual style is the thing that's cool about it, you know, like
style will always trump fidelity. 1000% all every single time.
Yeah, it will always trump it, you know, like freaking Barony, they didn't have an artist like that could do that sort of like a cool whatever, so they're like, well, we were able to do pixel art because we can do that by clicking and, you know, basic shapes and stuff, you know, and they've created a really cool looking game.
Yeah.
And obviously they've hired artists since then to do the stuff in the pixel style, but, you know, like that was the original reason. It was the necessity of it, and it's become this. It's a really cool game.
Yeah.
And it's had a big update recently, by the way, which is also cool.
Staring at this, not knowing what to do with it.
The sockums. You could put a hole in one of the socks.
I finished their socks.
Yeah.
I'm just picking away at other things while I build the motivation to potentially try something else. Or if I just want to stick with the socks. I set it up in such a way where it's easy to try another thing. There we go. I have socks. I can just turn that off. Or wait, actually, I should keep this. Let's get that. Yeah, I'm very disappointed in the general state of the gaming industry for many reasons. I don't like what kinds of games are being prioritized. I don't like what kinds of business models are being prioritized. I don't like the culture of game development and it being like an honorable ritual sacrifice to fucking kill yourself to work on a video game.
Yeah, unfortunately, because so many people get into video game development as like they're passionate about it, unfortunately a lot of these bigger companies try and leverage that passion to drive people into madness. And that's very sad. They're literally draining people's passion for the industry, you know? And that's why,
and then most of the time they're not even allowed to express it. They're not. We don't even get a good product as a result of that. So we're just killing people for no reason.
Arcane Studios made a bunch of really cool games that they enjoyed making, like the Dishonored games and stuff like that, like really cool games that people loved as well, right? And then they were forced to make games they didn't like, and they hated it, and the games sucked immensely, and then the studio
and the company died. Yeah.
And it's like, wow, if only there was an answer.
If only someone could tell what a good idea was.
Yeah. One shining glory, I think, is that like indie games are always going to be a big sort of like
that's the beacon of hope right now, is that it's really easy to make an indie game.
Yes.
But my problem with that is all of my favorite games are multiplayer.
Yes,
and that's much harder for
struggle with multiplayer. Yes, they do.
Because it's a lot. It's a whole different fucking field of programming.
It's a whole thing. It is. Luckily, if they do it via Steam, it's a little easier, right? Yeah. And also, one of the things I like that Steam, through their Steam Next Fest, has sort of revitalized is demos. Demos being back again is so cool.
I'm really happy to see demos like becoming a thing again for some reason. I don't know what caused that to start happening, but I'm happy about it.
Well, Steam started Steam Next Fest, and it's been a way that people can only advertise their games on it if they have a demo, basically. And so it's making indie devs, and it's making bigger devs as well, make demos again. And I don't know if there was some other outside thing as well, but like because of that, it seems to be just more commonplace to do demos again. And I'm so here for it because you know, it's like, God, do I really like this game? Do I want this game? Like, and then I can just be like, oh, it's a free demo for me to try it.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I'll try this game. I'll try the shit out of this game. You know.
I like that shows a certain, just by the merit of having a demo, you're like putting your chest out. You know, like we have a game and we think it's good, so try it because we think if you will, then you'll buy it. You know, like it's like a certain amount of like, it's not the fucking cyberpunk, you know, like please pre-order our game, please pre-order our game, please pre-order our game, here you go. You know, like, oh, thanks for this pre-order, it's great, awesome.
And it also helps indie devs too, because indie devs, they would normally have to think about like, okay, we have to price our game in a certain way that it has to be cheap enough that people will give it a chance, you know? Whereas now they can price it where they believe it's worth, and then we can try a free demo to see if we like it, and then if we agree, like, sure, dude, I'm more comfortable spending a bit more money if I got to try a free demo first. You know, that way I know that I'm not buying a piece of crap.
I have a controversial opinion that I'm sure would get me lynched on Reddit. I think every single game that is launching on Steam that is classifying itself as early access should have a built-in, like, not the developer's decision, like, just part of Steam being early access. You should be able to play that game for, like, 3 hours for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can charge for your early access game, but, like, that's how I've always treated it, is this is the state that our game is in, and this is what we're charging for it. If you think that sounds like a good transaction, you can buy our game. But, you know, like, I think it should be very transparent for you to find out what state the game is in. But it should be like a built-in demo phase.
Yes, I fully agree, because there's been plenty of times where it's almost like it's the other way around. You know, like where there was that shady business practice where they, someone's like, okay, you can sign up for this free trial, but we need your credit card information. You don't give it to them because they're planning on you somehow not getting it canceled so that they can charge you, right? In the same way that I know I can refund a game after 2 hours, or if I haven't, whatever. But like, sometimes games play around with things, and sometimes they plan on, blah blah blah, like fucking with you. I don't know, like it's not as clean
what could
cut.
be,
And
what
I've
could be in the
spent
developer's
money,
control is
yeah.
If it has this built in, like, even if it was just the 2 hours, like the same thing as refunding basically, except you don't have to go through the rigmarole of doing that. Play the game for 2 hours, see if it's worth your money, and then pay money for it if you want to keep playing. What the devs could be in charge of is a petition to Steam to say, we're releasing a major update, and it's worth giving everyone back their demo time. Because we feel that
be interesting, yeah.
we feel that we've earned the right to have people re-review our game.
Yeah.
Because it's changed significantly.
I'm hoping that basically what we're talking about will sort of become a real thing via Steam Next Fest and via the demo system. You know what I mean? I'm hoping this will become a thing again, basically, because like putting out a new demo for your game again when it's got like whatever, it makes sense, and there's now the option where you don't have to have a separate page that's called like the blah 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 demo and it's free. You can just have the demo on your store page as well now, so it's like it's a whole thing, which is apparently very cool. And I like that very much. It's just very cool. I've honestly thought for years that I feel like early access games need to be better labeled as well. Like, I think there should be an entire corner banner. What you see, like when you're on your like your featured store page and there's like featured possible games going across your thing, right?
Yeah, like how they have a banner that marks an item as DLC. There should be like a banner that says
there should
early
be
access.
A banner in the corner that says early access title, and it's like, cool, that would be cool. I want that, I want that, because goddamn, like, come on,
big green stripe that says early access on it.
I don't want to have to click into the page